bring matters up to date. Why exactly do you want this job?
Yes.
Yeah, just to explain what he's doing here, he's rolling raw codro into bacon.
You would learn soon enough that dreams don't come true very often, especially impossible car dreams.
Hello to anyone sporting some impossible car dreams tonight. All right. Okay, let me just clean this up. I got too much stuff going on. My desktop is currently littered with like reversing stuff for Tex Murphy because I wanted to close the book on the Tex Murphy patch, and then I don't know, which meant fixing a bug related to number 4 where you have a remote control car, and then that then led into, oh, maybe I can make the graphics less bad too. So I added in VSync, and it sort of works. It tears like once now instead of 6 times. So that's, I don't know. I think it's probably good enough to release. So let me just close all this junk. In fact, you can watch me close this junk. Hey, hi. What do we got here? Visa bias extension. No, don't need that. We're good with that. Tex Murphy. Okay, this is all Tex Murphy. I've shut down IDA. Get rid of... Oh, this one isn't Tex Murphy. We'll keep that. Right. Tonight, what are we doing? We're working on an adventure game still. I want it done. I want it released. I want to never have to think about this again. But yeah, the progress-wise, we're like, okay, where are we? The engine is done. Pretty much the game is definitely completable. I finished the last bit of the ending sequence last night. The dialogue, there's still about like 30 lines that I need to write in order to get full full coverage, but that's fine. I can do that. I can make myself do that. And yeah, drawing wise, we have one animation left that we need to do. Just one. Just one animation. And most of it we've gotten done on previous streams, but I feel that it is worthwhile just checking in to see exactly where we are on this animation. For context, this is... So part of the intro sequence is that your partner kicks you out of bed in order to check for a problem on the spaceship that you're on. And of course it is very cold, so you get kind of sort of unceremoniously kicked out of bed, which kind of leads to... So this animation has like two parts. It's got I guess this first part here, which is more about like trying to reach for the blankets and then missing, and then having to kind of like hug your knees for warmth. And then we've got this animation here, which is the actual kind of, you know, getting up out of bed and getting dressed as quickly as practicable, which then, yeah, after which you then get control of the character and you can walk around and solve puzzles and all that jazz. So it is a 40, actually no, all up it's like 50-ish frames, perhaps slightly more. And where we are is that the rotoscoping is done. Now it's just kind of a period of coloring in, and you can see here that we've colored in the coveralls and all the frames. We now have to color in. Oh yeah, and we've colored the coveralls are colored in. The arms are colored in. The t-shirt is not colored in. That's what we got to get done next. There's also no head because it was cut off by the reference footage had, yeah, the head cut off. Also, typically, I mean, the previous animations were done. I found that it makes less sense to rotoscope the head because the head is not going to be realistic. It's going to be more cartoony. But we're going to have to like synchronize up the head. And then, oh yeah, and there's some additional coloring in here for like, for the underwear here. But I don't think I have this. Yeah, I basically, I think I'm going to need to, I don't know, figure out some more reference imagery for that so that it doesn't look bad. So that's not going to be an on-stream job. That is going to be a willpower off-stream job. But we can absolutely fill in the rest of this coloring in, both the t-shirt, and we can absolutely make a start in like adding the head to this animation too, which should make it good enough. Oh yeah, and there's one other. I lied when I said there was exactly one animation left. There is technically one animation that we need to adapt after we finish this animation. It's not quite creating it from scratch. It's adapting. That's my defense. So here is Mora, our partner, sitting, you know, taking the right hand side of the bed. We already got this animation where we do like this little kind of 360 spin to steal all the covers. We are gonna have to make another variant of this where instead of there being like a lump on the left hand side, we would have to, I guess it would be just flat, and then the idea would be that we should be able to reuse this same animation just in reverse for getting back into bed. We would just kind of cut it at about here and then maybe put in a couple of other frames where you just plonk down on the bed. I haven't figured out the mechanics of that yet. I don't know. This whole project has been kind of an exercise in just going on figuring out what constitutes my comfort zone and just going a bit beyond that, and then talking about it on stream so that like I can't back down at all. Yeah, that's it, Mad Moose. Learning by doing. That's a good way of putting it. So yeah, there is that. I am also glad that I have not locked down the engine yet. I was kind of tossing. I was like, well, the engine's really feature complete now, but yeah, on the weekend when I was doing the final animation sequence, there were a couple of times where I was like, oh, that's definitely an API that I really need to be in there. Like, the ability to fast forward. What's it called? So, I'll give an example. So if I crack open the game. So if I start the game, at any point I can hit the escape key and it will then jump to the next, what's the best way of saying it? Like the default behavior when you press the escape key and it's inside the verb thread or like the main thread is that it will try and like just any wait instruction, it will just convert into a skip instruction. So it'll just it effectively just fast forwards the execution right up until the endpoint that you need, including stuff like moving, talking, etc. And that works pretty well, but there are some times when, I don't know, like during a cutscene, you want to be able to basically say, okay, this is the end of part 1 of the cutscene, return control of the player here, and then they either have to like make a choice or they can then, opt to hit escape again. Like that bit in Fate of Atlantis near the start where you... like the very start of Fate of Atlantis when you're in Sophia's office. Like, that's a place where you can hit escape multiple times because it kind of like skips to certain bits of the cutscene. And yeah, I think that feels a lot better having that feature. Similar to how, like with dialogue skipping in this, initially I just had it so that if you clicked the mouse while a character is talking to another character, then it would skip that line. But after a bit of after some hands-on testing with some people, I found that it's actually good to have, it's nice to be able to like click through things, but also if you have like a wait, like a gap between sentences, like for, a pause or timing or whatever, you want that to use the same mechanic, so you should be able to tap out of the pause. Otherwise, people will get in a rhythm of like tapping through all the messages, and then they hit a pause, and then it's like, wait, why isn't that working? And they'll tap faster, at which point the dialogue will come back and they'll skip a bunch of messages. So in order to kind of like feel nicer for that, people who just like to read at their own pace and then just immediately tap through it, then that's just like a nice little quality of life enhancement, which I would not have thought about without, I guess, putting the game in front of people and seeing what they had to say, or seeing how, or just watching how they interact with it and how they got frustrated. But yeah. God. But I mean, like, God willing, I'm hoping that in the next couple of weeks I can finally release this along with the engine, and then I can just never think about this for a while. I've enjoyed the experience, but it's, yeah, I'm a little over it now. But that's no excuse to kind of start, I don't know, start slacking, to start losing hope. We just gotta do a ton of coloring in. That's what it comes down to. So, oh yeah. So the other thing I alluded to in the title though was if we perchance get all of our coloring in done, the other thing that I wanted to look at for the engine, not for this game, but for potentially anyone else who wanted to use the engine for their own projects, is adding in a MIDI player. Because, yeah, the game engine does include, I guess, well, it runs on DOS, so you can use the Yamaha FM chip natively. but the downside is I've only attached the Reality Adlib player to that playback, to that chip. If you want to do anything, you basically need to use Reality Adlib tracker. Whereas what's more realistic is that people are either going to want to compose something in MIDI and use that, or they are going to want to, I don't know, find like a public domain MIDI and inject that in there, because there's quite a lot of them. And that's absolutely a use case that I want to support, because and not only that, like, people have like a very kind of nostalgic view of I don't know, MIDI's played back through like the Yamaha FM chips, you know, whether it be like through like Windows 3.1 Canyon.mid and all that. So I want that to be an option. But in order to do that, we need two parts. We need to have a sequencer, which is the part of code that is responsible for reading in the MIDI file and turning it into events. And then the other part is the driver itself, which, I don't know, for the Yamaha FM chip, it takes those MIDI events and then turns it into, say, like, you know, note playback instructions. So, and that's usually combined with a set of patches, which is just a, you know, it's defines like how you set up the instruments on the FM chip in order to play back. And and in theory, this shouldn't be too bad, because we do have ADL MIDI, which is a library specifically for playing back MIDI files on the Adlib synthesizer. And yeah, there are a few choices for kind of the MIDI playback engine, also the sequencer. And from looking into it, I don't want to use libadl MIDI because that's C++, and that just looks like a massive ordeal to... Oh yeah, it looks like a massive ordeal, and it's also quite heavy. Like, it does include a lot of patch libraries by default, when in fact I think we can get away with maybe like 2 or 3 patch libraries for the common use cases. Because, I mean, I do like the idea of, you know, the engine plus this game fitting on a single floppy disk, on which it is on track to do. It is on track to fit onto a single floppy disk. But yeah, and also C++ is just, it's not great. It's, if I can avoid C++ and like the end result is slightly worse, I'll pick slightly worse, because it's easier to maintain and you don't have to worry about C++. So my initial thought was maybe we could borrow the MIDI sequencer from Allegro and then somehow graft that onto libadl MIDI. Oh, sorry, or not libadl MIDI, but just ADL MIDI, which is the original project for that, and it was kind of closer to just more C-like. They don't just go overboard with like C++ classes and stuff. But that's only if we get our work done. That's only if we get this done. Sure. Mammo says rewrite it in Rust. That's... I'm sure someone would have an amazing time rewriting a MIDI sequencer library in Rust. That's absolutely not something I could do on stream. I would go mad. I would go mad or start smashing things. Mad Moose also says, you need an XXL floppy. Also, yeah, has someone managed to get Rust code running in 32-bit DOS protected mode? I imagine someone would have tried. I imagine this is not just some idle daydream. Someone would have like put in resources to try and get it to run in there, but it would be... Yeah, that's the thing, Mad Moose. People do run it on embedded platforms. However, I believe... Like, isn't the difficulty there, though, that the embedded platforms, you either have to like run the variant of Rust which doesn't have a standard library, or is very, very cut down. And yeah, I suppose that like in theory, there's nothing stopping you from using the cut down version of Rust on DOS. However, yeah, like when I think about like DJ GPP, like a large part of that is, you know, like DJ Dellery rewrote libc to graft onto the DOS API, and that's kind of a very integral part of it. I'm not sure if you can get away without that or if you can build on that. I thought that Rust kind of tries to not use libc wherever it can, but I may be misremembering. I don't know. My knowledge of how Rust works is kind of sketchy. Oh, there you go. Thank you, equals 3, of course. It was one of those cases where I remember people talking about it, but I can't remember if there was actually a project which brought it to completion. Okay, there we go. So if you're not using Nix, you'll need GNU-Make, Rust Gnarly, Open Watcom. Okay. This abuses the fact that the Watcom linker can consume ELF objects. Oh, Jesus. The Rust code creates a static library that can then get linked with a small OMF object that defines a stack segment into a DOS32X executable using the DOS32A extender. Okay. Interesting. Oh, and they're writing like a standard library that gets... Oh, that attaches to like the DOS API and the DPMI API. That's kind of cool. I'm sorry. I do I do appreciate in DJ GPP how I don't have to worry about the DOS API. I do have to worry about the hardware, but I don't have to worry about like DOS or protective mode that much. Maybe in a couple places I have to worry about protective mode, but you mostly get it for free. And that's real appealing. Oh wait, is there a DPMI function to getting the free memory? I never thought of that. DPMI get free mem info. Because like for the longest time, this is gonna sound really stupid, but like for the longest time when I was building this, I was like, oh man, you know, using like CWS DPMI, like there's just no scientific way of being able to get how much memory there's used, because it'll just keep giving you, you know, the DOS protected mode engine that DJ GPP comes with uses virtual memory by default, and if you try and use more memory than you have, it'll just start swapping to disk. But it makes sense that DPMI would contain a function that tells you how much memory you've used. I probably should use that, hey. Anyway, sorry. Did not mean to get distracted. We're gonna get into productivity mode now. I'm gonna turn on the chip music. And then I'll have no choice but to continue coloring in. There's not that much left. There's really not that much left. It's just what? This t-shirt, and I guess I could like make a start on the legs. Oh, and sorry, no, I should just do the head. The head's gonna be the finicky one. The legs is gonna be less finicky, so we'll do the head. Okay. Okay, turn off onion skinning. Oh no, Mad Moose, did you get nerd sniped? You're gonna have to port your Rust June code to run in DOS. That's, not gonna lie, that sounds kinda hard. But I suppose it depends on how much of the I don't know, how much of like... Well, I mean, hang on, like, there's some... Does this rely on the standard library? Proof of concept for building a Rust program for MS-DOS. Oh, here we go. Attempted building a Rust project target MS-DOS Protective via DJGPP. Okay, so it's... I guess using DJGPP to embed... Exports a main C function, so it exists as a static C library. The compile objects need to be converted because they link together. Oh no. Okay, this is gonna be real cursed. Oh my god. 16-bit DOS. Doing a freaking... Oh. A Rust skeleton for MS-DOS program for IBM compatibles and the PC98, including some PC98 specific functionality. Requires at least a 386. Okay. Oh, okay, so it's not... It doesn't... Okay, so it's using, like, 32-bit pointers. I didn't even know you were allowed to use 32-bit near pointers in real mode. I guess. I guess there's nothing stopping you. Oh, there you go. No standard STD support. That makes sense. That is, after all, the hardest part. It's like, I'm not gonna lie though, like, a large part of the appeal of Rust for me is the fact that it's got a nice standard library, as well as being memory safe. Like, okay, and then along here. I just want to see the top bit of the sprite, which is kind of... hidden by the reference imagery. Yeah, Madmu says, for me, Rust has a level of it compiles it works that I never achieved in C++. Yeah, I absolutely agree. The compile time checks and the borrow checker, they do make it very, very difficult to write code that is I don't know, critically flawed or like gonna crash out of the box, but oh my god, like the amount of effort that you have to go through just to it's definitely, I don't know, I hate to say it, but usually for me, just being able to like iterate a bunch of times feels more efficient, even though I know I probably haven't caught every edge case. Like, I didn't catch every edge case when running this engine. Like, as soon as I thought that I was pretty good, and then I found a whole bunch of edge cases when I was running on real hardware. Then I found some more edge cases when I was when I ported it to Linux, and I can run like address sanitizer and like memory, static memory checking on it. So yeah, it's got its place. Okay, and then how many loops is this? God. Nah, I don't like that. This. Madmu says, it did take me a while to figure out how to structure my emulator to appease the borrow checker. Yeah. I mean, I know that the borrow checker is especially unforgiving when you have, I guess, large amounts of shared memory with ambiguous ownership, which sounds like most emulators that I know of. So you would have to really... Would it be right to say that you really have to kind of like get your story straight with how the architecture is going to work before digging in and writing Rust code? Bamboo says, in my case, I have a machine that owns everything, like memory, DOS, BIOS. Okay, so like just a nice centralized architecture. Like I vaguely recall I think there's like a group that's trying to, similar in the way that Ruffle was like a Flash, I don't know, Flash that was kind of rewritten in Rust. They were trying to do the same for Director, and I feel for them if they're trying to do that, because it is so unclear what the ownership structure sometimes is. Like there are so many kind of, I don't know, because you've got like movies, you've got casts, you've got instances of the virtual machine, you've got scripts running in those virtual machines. Like there's so much, I guess, cross-communication between components. It just seems like a real nightmare to... And also the other issue is that if you screw up and your architecture doesn't quite match an edge case in Real Director, then it becomes an ordeal and a half to unpick all of these architectural decisions once you've codified it in Rust. Yeah, Madu says you can't call methods on DOS passing machine object because... Yeah, would that be because of lifetimes or because of just like mutability? Okay, you could call a method on DOS passing mutable memory and device individually. Okay, so it has to be just kind of split into smallest component possible, which can then be passed around by managed with the borrow checker. Okay, Manu says, what I said along was I had a machine that returns DOS and a DOS context, which are all the other things that DOS needs, and I call a method on DOS passing the context. That way the different parts of the machine are split nicely and the system knows the ownership is a tree, not a net. I see, okay. And it just means kind of like passing... just passing like the components in each time. I can see that.
Maybe they all look alike to a rookie cop, Reggie, but when you've been on the force a while longer, you'll see some difference.
Oh. Manu says, in C++, I would have made it such that machine owned DOS, and when calling a method on DOS, it would have passed machine to it. But then there would be two mutable references to DOS, one via this pointer and one via machine to DOS, and that's the chaos that Rust tries to prevent. Yeah, like, it's... I completely... With Rust, it's definitely a case of, like... It's just trying to... Most of the time, it's just trying to prevent cases like that, where it's easy to just go, oh, we'll just put, like, one pointer here and one pointer there. It makes you like, instead of just kind of, like, allowing that to be ambiguous, it means you have to kind of go, alright, this is gonna be the chain of ownership here. Like, this is, you know... This is what owns what, and by extension, then it's like, this is how long it's allowed to be alive for, and this is, you know, stuff like that. Which, again, not great for prototyping. It just, maybe if you kind of rewire your brain a little bit, it becomes fine, but I'm definitely not at that stage. And then, but at the same time, it's just forcing you to make a decision that as part of best practice you should be making already. So I'm not gonna I'm not part of the camp that is saying, oh no, this is just too much red tape. We don't need red tape. I write my programs perfectly every time.
So, Mom, what are you going to do with your day off?
I just want to relax and forget that I'm part of that thin blue line which stands between civilization and chaos.
I forgot about that episode. Mamu says, most of the time when I work in Rust, I don't run into ownership cycles like that. Fair play. I'm guessing, yeah, it must help being able to design, you know, for a Greenfields project like that, where you get to design from the ground up, as opposed to, I gotta port this C++ project / library to Rust, and, you know, they used all these libraries and made all these kind of bonko decisions that I now have to, rectify. Insert, oh, just like, yeah. I do wish there was a slightly nicer story for progressively converting projects to Rust. Like, I know that you can get... I think, like, yeah, isn't like the best practice now that you just use, like, C library bindings, and then you kind of attack each C component in sequence, but, or what have you, but... There's still like a boilerplate element to intermixing Rust and C in the same codebase. Mamo says, the easiest case, if you have an independent library in C that you can replace with a Rust library, that's what MS has been doing, working on Windows. They rewrote DirectWrite in Rust. Yeah, it was encouraging to kind of see how quickly, like, you know, Microsoft kind of latched on to the idea of progressively replacing their laughably insecure existing components with, I guess, like, harder to screw up with memory safety Rust code. And the best part is, like, didn't they claim like 30% of their code is being written with AI now? So that's good. That's good news. Alright. Oh, and the Win32 GDI H region code was rewritten too, which must have been an experiment in how low they could take it. I suppose, like, computers are fast enough now that, like, because I remember, if I remember correctly, a large number of those APIs were sort of hand optimized because, at least, yeah, back from when the day when, like, like Windows 95, for instance, like, a lot of the graphical code sort of ran in the kernel, if I remember, because it was quicker. I may be misremembering, but yeah, for a while, that was kind of... I don't know, a lot of the Windows code base was performance, performance, performance. I was gonna say, oh, how the tables have turned. like this track. It's good. Like it would be tempting to put in kind of like the wrinkles, but we just don't have the color depth for that, which is probably a good thing. Need to keep the amount of time I spend on this to a minimum, or else I will just never finish this. looking. Oh. Hey Nato, 899? Nato says, that animation looks so clean. I'm glad you think so. It's rotoscoping. It means that if you don't have talent, you can just trace. It's great. Do recommend. Equals 3 says, well, it worked well enough for Prince of Persia. That is true. And Another World. Another World also, all the graphics in that, rotoscoped. But definitely, yeah, Jordan Mechner doing Prince of Persia was a big achievement because the original was the Apple II. Like, imagine not only filming a bunch of footage, then getting a gen lock, then tracing over the. I think. Oh, actually, no, that's right. It was. Because I've read the diary. I've read Jordan Mechner's diary. I believe the process was film footage of his brother doing parkour, then record that onto VHS with a freeze frame feature, or maybe it was Betacam because you could pause, I don't know, whatever, one of the two. Then use a Polaroid to take pictures of the VHS footage. On the Polaroids, color it in using like a Sharpie, and then feed those into a scanner, which could then... Actually, no, it wasn't feed them into a scanner. It was like point a video camera at the photo with the Sharpie and use a gen lock to trace over it on the Apple II, which is just staggering. Staggering process. And it worked. Absolutely worked. Nada says, love the fucked up shit people used to have to do. And Equals 3 says, didn't you do the same for Karateka? Yes. I believe Karateka was the same process. Also for the Apple II. So yeah, it is kind of, I absolutely believe it is a luxury to be able to just, you know, tape stuff on a camera and then manipulate it without having to worry about kind of the constraints of the platform. Like if I had to like edit the graphics in DOS, I would lose my mind. Yeah, Nada said, could be worse. Could have to map textures on DOS like id Software. Yep. Adrian Carmack did incredible job. Actually, would Doom count as rotoscoping? Because Doom, all of the baddies in Doom were done by clay models that were then, I believe, put on a little turntable and photographed. After which, the artists went through and, I guess, like, just pixel aligned it and stuff. Did, like, the color reduction. I guess it's more kind of stop motion than rotoscoping, though. Oh, Nado says, by that logic, would that make Jurassic Park rotos, seeing as they use the stop motion base to add the VFX to? That's a good question. I technically, though, I mean, rotoscoping I consider to be when you take reference footage, whether that be, you know, video of something moving around or just another animation, and then drawing a new animation based on the top of that. So I get, yeah, so sorry, yeah, Doom would count more as stop motion, and I think Jurassic Park is also stop motion. I think they, yeah, like they had like a, yeah, I think the original Jurassic Park used like a combination of like stop motion and like motion blurring to kind of get over like the judderiness of the stop motion. Oh, and they also built some giant dinosaur heads that were animatronic for the close-ups. So yeah, I guess if your indie game budget extends to building a giant dinosaur head, then you know what you have to do. Alright, so here comes the tricky part. Because until now, I've just been kind of you know, using this different, like, because, you know, the lighting is coming straight down. So we could say, like, this is the light bit and this is the slightly shaded bit. But this first frame is where that kind of goes away, because the back shape is different. So now it's a question of like, can we do that without it looking cheap / bad? And I think the answer is yes. We just gotta be smart about it. It is, yeah. I guess on that subject, it is interesting to kind of like compare and contrast. I want to say like modern asset production techniques with like especially textures, like texture production techniques today, it's all like, oh yeah, well I've got this really fancy like materials shading pipeline, and there's like this 6-stage deferred rendering sequence, and we've got like this Perlin noise that's kind of mixed in here, and like we generate everything kind of like, you know, it's all kind of done procedurally, and then we can like do all these like tessellations and, you know, variants, and we can like adjust like the reflectivity index, and you compare that to like to mid to late 90s, early 2000s, and it's basically like, I found this cool rock and I took a photo of it. That's gonna be our new rock texture. And it's like, I kind of like the cool rock approach more. Maybe it doesn't kind of quite stand up as much to the fidelity standards required for, I guess, current generation graphics hardware, where everything has to be, you know, immaculate in 4K, let alone 1080p, but just saying, you could, like, the cool rock approach worked really well, and it was cheap. Like, just, you don't even have to, like, leave town to find a cool rock. Oh, Nado says, how they made Jurassic Park was insane. They had animatronic dinosaurs and the best stop-motion animators in the world working with Go Motion, and at the time revolutionary method from, then they had Industrial Light and Magic comes along and says to Steven Spielberg that they can do it better in the computer. So then they used all of the Go Motion footage as storyboards so that all the dinosaurs are either CG or the giant animatronic heads. Also, texture progression is very funny. Yeah, like, it's astonishing how good Jurassic Park looks, given that it was right on the cusp of, you know... Did it come out the same year as The Lawnmower Man, or did The Lawnmower Man come out slightly later? But you know what I'm talking about, like Lawnmower Man style CG. Yeah. Same with the original Matrix. They really dodged a bullet, if you pardon the expression. Let's get this. Okay, no, that doesn't look good at all. Okay, we've got to... Whatever we do here, it's got to be consistent, so... Let's just get rid of all of that. Nado says, sometimes I wish we could go back to naming file formats in the way they did in Doom. Did they... Because obviously there's WAD, where all the data's at, but, I mean, I will say you can call files whatever you want. It's not a crime. No one will put you in jail. Were there other examples other than WAD, or am I just thinking about... Because I can't remember if there were like sub-file types inside WAD. I don't know. LucasArts had the right idea, calling their flagship tool Scum, and then there was like Insane, which was the video playback system, and then there was Sputum. I can't remember what Sputum was. Hey, Racing the Meme. We're just drawing.
Report. Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you that, sir. No, sir, that's against regulation.
Certainly is. Oh crap, I didn't draw the bottom. Now this says, wasn't one of the files an abbreviation to do with squashing pumpkins because there was a theory online that Doom Guide would be able to squash pumpkins with his feet. I know one of the cheat codes was IDSPISPOPD, which stood for smashing pumpkins into small piles of putrid debris. And like there was a mini game that someone made that was called smashing pumpkins into so and so. I can't remember if like Doom was based on that or if that kind of was art imitating life. But yeah, that sounds absolutely like something like a Tom Hall thing. Tom Hall's great. Now it says, the games industry from 1990 to 2007 was a different beast. Yeah, it was certainly a very different animal. I guess that's a combination though of... I mean, like, yeah, the early 90s was definitely more of a gold rush because the technology was just advancing very, very quickly. And there was, I guess there's like an element of that around the 2000s, but... At that point, like, the studio system had kind of solidified a bit. And, I guess it was, like, less averse to taking risks as it was before. No, I mean, like, that's not entirely... I mean, there are always exceptions to that, though. Like, I'm thinking the early... Like, when you think about kind of all of the, you know, the thousands of games that were made for, like, the original PlayStation. And suddenly there were just kind of, like, all of these, like, crazy ideas that could be made on a budget just because you didn't have to pay for cartridges. You could just pay to have a CD stand. Oh yeah, now this says there's still dumb shit. Halo 2 was powered by college kids running on beer and pizza. Yeah, it's... And yeah, now it's just kind of run on, I don't know, college kids running on crunch. But... yeah, it is all...
monitored systems are functioning.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Nardo. I have to say, yeah, it is kind of... It is depressing to think a little bit. Like, I can't remember who came up with this, who did the work. Actually, I've got it in this other tab. Let me look it up. Oh, Epilion Research. They did, some analysis on, like, the share of time that people spent playing PC and PlayStation Xbox games. And it was something like 60% was spent in live service games. So, you know, Fortnite, Grand Theft Auto. Then on top of that, you got like 15% total hours played were based on like yearly franchise updates, so COD and FIFA, and I'm guessing stuff like Assassin's Creed. So like already out of the gate, like if you're making just a normal, a normal video game, you've only got like a 25% slice of the market that is not already caught up by that. And then even then, 16% of that slice, 16% of the 25% is games from like the previous 3 or 4 years. So it's never been hard. It really feels like there's never been a harder time to, I don't know, break into the industry or get people playing your stuff. Like, it's just this, yeah. Attention economy's cooked, is what I'd say. Okay, this is where it kind of gets into artistic license territory. Equals True says, on that note, not to take anything away from some of the games of today, many are amazing technology-wise, but I find the games written on a very limited hardware almost a better technical achievement, like some of the creative things they did. It's, yeah. I think that there's room to appreciate things on like a purely kind of, technical level. Like, when you think about like the very first version of Elite, which was, I believe, written for like the BBC Micro, and had like unprecedented amount, like, this is like a microcomputer that was like made from the cheapest quality components, and somehow you had a game which gave you like 3D vector graphics and a universe to explore, like all this other stuff. And it's, I was gonna, like, on the one hand, I'm glad that like people kind of still remember Elite as like this amazing technical achievement, but like, tell me where you can buy Elite nowadays. Tell me which game store has the original Elite for the BBC Micro. Like, we've got this kind of problem where, because old games especially are kind of so welded to things like the BIOS and like copyrighted software which came with the computer, we've got this issue now where, the preservation rate, as a Video Game History Foundation did that survey, and they found that the preservation rate for games was worse than of like pre-World War II silent film. Yeah, so like, you can still access it. I mean, it's not gone forever. You still can access it via emulation, but that's only due to, I guess, community archivists and, I guess, pirates at the time who broke the copy protection and meant that their, copies survived without disk rot. It's, yeah. It's a less than ideal system. And unfortunately, it seemed like the only real kind of solution to a lot of these issues is either to, I don't know, to license like the original game. Well, you've got three. You can license the original Game BIOS, which is extremely difficult. Like, good luck trying to get like Microsoft to sell you a Windows 3.1 license to sell with your game. There is porting it to a third-party platform like Scalum VM, which is what I've been doing, like on Thursdays. I spend time trying to get Macromedia Director stuff running in there, so it doesn't need to be stuck in Windows or Mac. And the third option would be to... what was the third option? I did have a third option. Oh God damn it. It's gone. It's gone out of my head. No, okay. It wasn't porting to a different emulator. It wasn't buying a license. Cloud services, that's it. There are a couple of startups now. Like, I think Antstream is like the big one with their arcade classics, and also that's what's powering like Microsoft's disastrous Xbox Live Classics thing, where you can play the world's jankiest version of like Conquest of the Longbow over a dodgy cloud connection. But with that, then it becomes, I don't know, less legally sketchy to, I don't know, either like less legal, I'm not sure if it's either less legally sketchy or just harder to prosecute. But if you provide emulator as a service over a cloud connection, then you basically can say, look, I'm not redistributing this copy of Windows 95. It is part of this emulator as a service setup, and therefore, you know, which, you know, I understand it, but it's still kind of, it's still kind of a hack, and it is also not great if you live, say, in Australia like I do, because latency for these emulators as a service things is bad. It's really not good. But there's also been some funny footage of, especially that Xbox one, the Xbox Classics system, where people are just trying to play, you know, like Zork, a text adventure from like 1980 something, and the JPEG artifacting is just too bad. You cannot read the words. I also find that, like, the Xbox case especially funny because last time I checked, Microsoft owns the rights not only to the games that they're trying to stream through this service, but also to DOS. They also, they definitely have a PC emulator that is capable of running DOS. Not well enough to support particular games, but they're also one of the richest companies on Earth. They could probably license a freaking Yamaha FM emulator or whatever thing is blocking them from just running the emulation locally. It's so stupid.
We really should start driving between classes.
Girls, we've got a treasure chest full of Z93 prizes here, and all you have to do for the key is tell us on the air where you love to get mental in the morning.
Okay. These frames are very square, but I'm not sure if I can do much about them. Slightly more light on that side. Okay. Nah. It's only for one frame. It's not that consistent. I think maybe just slightly more around. M40. M40 says, I hate art. Art was a mistake. That's a pretty big blanket statement. Is it just all art or just certain types of art? I respect either stance. Actually, okay. Everybody says, depends on the day. I'm fickle. It's not really... Oh, it's actually... Okay, it's more important that they match up between frames, so sure. That's fine. Jams though? Yeah, gotta say, yeah, the Sharp X68000 music library has been a real rock, especially in the times during this project where I don't know, I was ready to give up or silently just start working on something else, but it's paid off though. It's absolutely paid off. It's just so relaxing. Beautiful. And that is why every home computer needs to be able to play back wavetable as well as FM sound. Oh, that was beautiful. And Flori says, I'm literally belly laughing. See, this is art. That's art for you. Art made you... art made you feel emotions. Like all good art does. Oh, everybody says I love art now. That's good. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that you're back on the side of team art. And Flori says, thanks to Dr. Finkel, I'm no longer fickle. Is it it's Professor Finkel, I would have thought. To use his formal title. I don't know, he seems pretty easygoing. I'm sure that he isn't, you know, he's one of those people who, like, as soon as they get their PhD, just immediately corrects you and says, Doctor, all the time. But we know very little about Professor Finkel and how he lives his life. And for that, I'm thankful. Takes many forms. Absolutely takes many forms. I don't know. Do you think that if you had that as a child, that particular piece of software as a child, you would I don't know, immediately be like doing better at mathematics? Like, does it set out to achieve its goals as a piece of educational software? Or is it just kind of... I mean, I don't dislike it. I think that, especially like the guitar solos, like, that is not they did not half-ass the music at all. And it's, you know, it's corny, but then again, it's entertainment. What do you want? Oh, and Fully says, yeah, the solos were so phenomenal, I do really vibe with learning through song. Yeah, when you're at that formative age, like, learning through song, it's legit. It's a legit, this is something about kind of like the plastic nature of the human brain which latches onto song better than it does onto like boring rote facts. I guess that's possibly why like songs are a very important part of oral tradition. I guess, like, given that this is so close to finish, I should really start thinking about, like, how I'm gonna fill up Mondays now. Because this is my Monday thing. This is what I did on Mondays. And now, I got, you know, well, not now, but, like, very soon, I'm gonna get that time back. So... yeah, there are a few projects. I don't know, maybe... just laying back in a hammock with sunglasses on. That... I mean, would that be a streaming activity? I imagine... Race the Meme says, how long have you been working on this? This is for a July game jam from 2024, so over a year. To be fair though, like, this hasn't been like the only thing I've been working on. Like, I have kind of come, you know, this has like been like a 20 to 25% of my time. I've been just working on this on and off. But... hedonism fun days. Oh my word. I don't know. Could do like a I don't know. In my mind, like right now, it's probably a toss-up between doing like more circuity type things or doing more. Maybe just doing like more sewing because I need to like. I don't know. Like sewing and patterning is like something that I want to spend more time doing, but I always run out of time. So therefore. I mean, this is, yeah, like, this, most of the time, I would say that this stream is an example of an activity that I wanted to spend more time doing, so I scheduled time online to do it, or to at least be consistent about it, and that kind of worked pretty well, so maybe I should do that for one of those two. Because, yeah, there are, like, some sewing patterns that I want to make, and... potentially, like... I guess, yeah, there's also a coding element to that, because there's a project called freesewing.org, I think, which allows you to... I mean, once you've designed a pattern, you could then convert it into... basically kind of like, it's like a web app, where you can go in, you can put in your measurements, you can adjust various features, and then... because it's parametrically designed, the web page will kind of adjust the pattern for you, and then you can basically just print out... I don't know, you can either like go to a print shop, or you can stick together a bunch of A4 sheets, but then... yeah, then you basically just get a ready to test pattern, which... I have to admit, it looks really cool, and the thing that was kind of like limiting me was like, oh crap, I gotta... well, firstly, I gotta practice patterning more, and secondly, I gotta learn the weird toolkit that they use for defining the sewing patterns and stuff. But yeah, I am trying to kind of... I would say that there's like enough going on in my life at the moment, which is just purely computer shit, so I am trying to pick a few more kind of projects that are outside the box. Oh, M4 says, I have no clue how to sew from patterns, but I'm kind of desperate to learn. I had no idea either, and then maybe a couple of years ago... Oh, that's right. So, like, a couple of years ago, I went to Pox Eclipse, which was kind of like a Mad Max themed festival. And I just set myself the goal before that, like, I wanna design an outfit for that. And then, yeah, my good friend taught me how to kind of, like, basically just taught me how to, like, take existing clothes that I had and then turn them, like, reverse engineer them back into patterns, which I could then... You can go and, like, Frankenstein into a different outfit, which... I don't know, like, there have been multiple times in the past where I just, like, bought patterns and then kind of, like, got tired halfway through, whereas with this it was more like I was very invested. And, yeah, I was... yeah, it was fun, but at the, you know... It was fun, but time-consuming. I need to schedule time to do a project like that. Employee says, less blatant screen time projects are very desirable to me in theory, but the screens are just right there. I want to learn how to modify clothes so badly. I will say it helps having a deadline. I mean, not in a spiritual sense, you will kind of like feel under pressure, but it does, yeah, like just having kind of a fixed deadline in the future means you're more likely to make time for it. I was gonna say, like, yeah, costumes you have managed to make, and you've made some amazing costumes. Like the Psygnosis Owl one was just, like, that was like one of those, yeah, that was definitely an example where I kind of looked at it and I was going, Jesus Christ, like that must have just been an incredible amount of effort to put something together, and it absolutely paid off. It looked, you know, you could not have bought, you could not have paid money for it to look that good. Oh, M4 says, close my brain is like, you already have these. Yeah, also, yeah, like another kind of, I suppose, yeah, like, yeah, with Pox Eclipse especially, like, that was, like, another kind of consideration there was, if I do this right, I can just make something that I can wear every day, as opposed to, like, a one-off that I will never kind of use again. Like, I try and... So yeah, I'm quite happy with the outfit that I made that time. I think I've worn it on stream a couple of times. And Flory says, that is extremely very kind of you to say. It's the truth. It looks really good. Oh, maybe we wear a full Jester outfit to wear while streaming. I mean, yeah, sky's the limit. I don't know. I love computer, but at the same time, if I don't diversify, like I do several other things which are very deliberately not computer, and they are more grounding. Yeah, they're extremely grounding. So, and also, yeah, just like a large part of like the sewing, like getting better at sewing, is that I'm still trying to kind of unlearn the reflex of like, crap, I might ruin this. Similar to kind of like with like pixel art here, like initially I would just get like decision paralysis and just go, I can't draw this, it's gonna look like crap. But then after kind of forcing myself at knife point to do it a bunch of times, then it just kind of becomes like, okay, it doesn't matter. Even if I screw it up a little bit, I am confident that I can turn this shit around with very little, very little wasted time or effort. And yeah, that process is fully possible with sewing. I just need to kind of ingrain that a bit more. I should be copying. Yeah, okay. Okay, no, that's too sideways. I'm gonna move these over a bit. Yeah, like, who was it I saw? That's right, Rizolka. I saw Rizolka a little while ago, like, doing some streams where she was doing, yeah, she was, I think it was, like, using, like, Marvelous Designer, like, the video, I can't remember if it was, like, the video, like, I can't remember if it was Clo 3D or if it was Marvelous Designer, but, yeah, like, using that particular tool to, design... Oh, that's right, yeah, no, it was Marvelous Designer because she was designing characters for, like, a murder mystery game that she was working on. And, yeah, it, I don't know, like, Clo / Marvelous Designer does look intriguing, but at the same time, it's just kind of, like, very much over the top for what I need. Like, it's meant to be designed as kind of, like, you know, something that can be used for rapid prototyping for, I don't know, basically any material. But it was interesting to just kind of like see that tool being used and going, and you know, it means you can do things like instead of like working off pattern blocks or something like that, you could just draw on a 3D model to kind of get the seam lines that you want and stuff like that, which is... And yeah, no, you can like, if you don't like kind of how a particular piece of fabric sits, you can just adjust like the control lines on the pattern and then like watch in real time how it hangs in 3D. But this, I'm intrigued by this, but at the same time, I'm very aware it is just kind of like wanting to kind of, what's it called? It's like skipping to the end. It's like skipping to the... It's like just saying, oh, I want to be, like, good at this right now. I want to be able to, like, know all of the things right now. And maybe I could do that if I have this magic $9,000 tool or whatever it is. But when in reality, like, the way to kind of advance skill is just by trying things over and over again. I don't know. It still looked very cool, though. Oh, we're getting close. Just got about 15 more shirts to color in. And after that, I may try and attach the head. Oh, thanks, Infulry. Yeah, it's... I don't know, I've mentioned multiple times on the stream, like, this was the animation I was dreading doing the most, and if I was smart, I would have just set up the game so I would not, you know, that all this stuff would have happened off screen, but at the same time, it's nice. It's nice to have a good animation at the start of your game, I suppose. Oh, but rotoscoping is so good. Oh my god. If I did not have rotoscoping, I would be cooked. We're about level. Hang on. Also, by the way, if anyone in chat is, I don't know, interested in like having a little project or something to work on, M4 is running the December Game Jam, which is basically, yeah, just putting together like whatever little project you want, as long as it's running on a DOS engine, I think is the one rule. Yeah, running, masterminding. I don't know, but unfortunately, I don't think this game will count. Like, I do intend, like, I want to release in the next couple of weeks, which is a little bit early for December. But don't let that stop you. There are countless toolkits, modding, you know, game modding options, plenty of things you can finagle in MS-DOS. And yeah, when the game releases, I will get the documentation and everything for Parenti, which is the game engine that I made this in, ready. So if for whatever reason you decide I would like to make a game using this engine, you absolutely can. I'm not sure why you'd want to, but you can. I don't know. There's good points about this engine. Like, you can you can downgrade the graphics to EGA with like fairly minimal effort. You can play back PC speaker sounds. There's reasons you want to use this engine. I mean, like, the flip side though is that like AGS has been around for decades, and there's a lot of content, you know, a lot of documentation slash I was gonna say book learning material. I mean, worked examples, that's what I meant. Worked examples for how to use that. I don't know, like, but, yeah, I don't know. Options there. I had a fun time making it. Conversely, like, parts of this game, I don't know, I don't think I'd be able to like recreate this game in AGS. There are just too many weird bits. That's it. Yeah, M4 says AGS is a bit of a slog. I I'm not especially a fan of developing in like big, you know, like bundled development environments that do everything. That just kind of, I don't know. I usually get frustrated because it's gated, you know, the thing I'll be looking for is like gated behind some menu choice or something that I don't know where it is. Also, AGS has a scripting language. It's just very weird and bespoke to AGS, which is, I don't know. It's just another thing to learn, really, on top of more than, you know, it's not even just an API, it's like an entire scripting language. But yeah, if anyone's even like just roughly thinking about it, I may actually like this is low key and don't, you know, even though I'm saying this on stream, don't hold me to this. I may have something. I may have something secret for the game jam. Can I reveal more than that? But so yeah, early days. Do I want to? Okay, yeah, there's technically kind of darker here, kind of darker here. Race and Beamers, is there any way to find people to collaborate with? There is. What's the Discord channel? The DOS Shareware Zone Discord channel, I believe, has got a discussion happening about that very subject right about now. Yeah. I would definitely agree. If you can collaborate with someone, even if it's like the first time either of you have done a project, it makes things so much easier. My god. Like, earlier this year when I competed in a song contest, I am very glad that I had my friend, like I had a friend there just to bounce ideas off of and to kind of, you know, yeah, it was, sorry, I'm kind of tongue-tied, but collaboration good. Probably should have done it for this game, but at the same time, you know, sometimes, you know, sometimes it's good to do things just solo, just to push yourself. Other times, such as Game Jam, find someone else to do it, you won't regret it. Yes, thank you for the link, M4E. Crap. F4E says, I really want to make a game for the jam, and I have the stupidest and most convoluted idea, but it won't leave my head. I'm gonna try and bang out assets and see what happens from there. Yeah, like, honestly, that, like, sometimes that is just such an important creative force. Like, when you think of it, you know, when you get a stupid idea, and then, you know, maybe 4 days, 5 days, a week passes and it's still there, and you kind of, you know that you have to bring it to life, or else, I don't know, something important would be lost. But yeah, do not make make the same mistake I did and allow I don't know, a game jam entry to last longer than the length of the game jam. I mean, okay, like technically this particular game wasn't what I released for the game jam. I released a beta version of the engine that it's based on because I grossly overestimated like how much time I would need to spend doing the art, but yeah, I don't know. It's okay to push yourself. It's also okay to realize late on in the piece that maybe you went a little bit mad with scope and you need to kind of wind things back a bit. Like, both are valid, both are fine. So good. Okay, got that out of my system. Actually, no. I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, no. I ruined consistency there. Actually, it's pretty well lit. And then here it starts to darken again. Influ says Billy Joel. Is that... This is apparently a track from the game Coterie. I have no idea if it's Billy Joel. Oh, This Is This Night by Billy Joel. Ah, well, you know. It's kind of an odd choice. An odd choice to nick for your an odd choice to nick for your Japanese arcade game. Oh, let me... So... I'll give you the link to the track. Oh, Race to the Beam says, I was upset to learn that Billy Joel was regarded by many as the Nickelback of his era. I grew up with my mum playing his tapes on repeat. I guess I never really thought about various eras having a Nickelback. Like, when we're talking about, like, the Nickelback of an era, are we talking about just kind of, like, being inescapable if, you know, you happen to... I don't know. If you happen to be in a situation where you just get constant, like, commercial radio airplay. Like, that was... You know... We can argue about the merits of, like, Nickelback as, you know, a musical project, but I don't know, to me the hallmark was the fact that kind of, like, against my will I learned about Nickelback because of just how often it was played. Oh, that's the other way around, actually. Ah, crap, I'm editing the wrong one. Ah, dang it. Oh, that's square. That's gonna be copyright. I'll race the beam. That and the fact that he wasn't seen as boundary pushing as the other artists of the time. Safe pop music, I think. To be like, I don't care. I like Nickelback unashamedly too. Yeah, that's fine. Like the yeah. Yeah, I do think it is kind of sad that streaming is basically just wrecked what was left of the... I mean, I'm not going to pretend that the music industry was perfect before Spotify came along, but... whatever people who wanted to make a career out of music, it's pretty fucking impossible now. Oh crap, that reminds me, Liz Pelly is in town. I gotta go hear Liz Pelly talk about how bad Spotify is. Because when I lean forward, the light source from above highlights things more compared to when I'm sitting more upright, in which case this bottom bit is more draped in shadow. How does that look? No. Okay, this is like the cutover point where I resize the animation. That's good to know. Okay. Alright. Hey, that's bad. Get rid of that. Dark bit should be closer to the bottom, like here. Oh, goddamn, I've missed another frame. Okay. Alright, we're down to 10. 10 more shirt frames. Surely I can do this in 20 minutes. Hey Stiger, how's it going? we're continuing the coloring in. And I said earlier that like mechanically the game is basically done. I finished the ending sequence on the weekend. I've got less than 40 lines of dialogue that I need to write, and then all that's left is this animation that we see here, which plays like a prominent role in the start and end sequences of the game. So that is what I am desperately trying to color in now. Okay. Game Dev just says, out of interest, how big is the game so far? Zipped. Oh, like as in with compression turned on. So I can give you the answer to that actually. So last time I checked, if you build a release version of the game engine, it does fit on a floppy with everything, which I was quite happy about. So yeah, the game assets, which is in this zip file here, is currently at 567k, and that's without compression, because performance is better if you don't have compression turned on for the zip file. You probably could compress it and get like a little bit of a sweet savings. So this particular build is 1 point something megs, but if I were to go through and what is it called? Development DOGPP set env strip more ash.exe. Oh wait, did I not? I586 strip. What? Oh crap! No, that's because I've got the. Yeah, okay. That was because I have to build DOS pt base.exe. Okay, so if we strip this, okay, no relocation info, no line number info, strip 3 sections. That's still quite big. Does this contain debug info in it? I don't think it does. Okay, so the current total is 780 plus 556 plus 24. So, whoa, okay, we're edging towards the 1.44 megabyte floppy disk limit, but I don't intend to add too many more big space consuming things. And if you were to like just compress the entire thing, like properly compress it, we get 743k, which makes sense because code compresses pretty well. Sticker says, anatomy, the bits go at the end of the bits. Graphic design, something about a... Oh, right. Oh, as in anatomy is the science of the bits go at the end of the bits, and graphic design is something about a grid. Oh, crap, sorry. I missed the earlier message. I thought to say, can you please teach me anatomy and graphic design in under 2 minutes? Well, today I learned something. How do you feel about that? Wow, this is the most warbly rendition of the Tower of Drawaga theme I've ever heard. This is great. Oh, it's good, Stiger. Like, the chat window is like all the way over here, so I have to like squint past the ring light in order to read it, so generally I can make out like one message out of the entire thread. It's a good system, and probably a sign I should buy a proper second screen. Okay, now I'm feeling a little kind of seasick. Ooh, this is from the same one as the Billy Joel track. Is this another Billy Joel? Sounds familiar, but in a sort of, you know, musical number from a film from the 1950s sort of way. Oh, Game Dev Jeff says, Nito, handy for anyone still shuffling about with floppies. I can't remember if UPX9 on the XE offers an advantage in addition to Zip 9. I forgot about UPX. I could probably UPX it as well. But yeah, we'll see. I am quietly confident that I don't know, even without like an executable unpacker, it should work pretty well without compression. I did notice, but with the game assets, like I've stored them all in that PT file, which is just a zip file without compression, and I did notice that on DOS especially, like that does impact the loading time substantially if you turn compression on, which, you know, makes sense because, you know, deflate is expensive. I guess with like UPX you don't quite notice as much because all of the loading is kind of confined to the first few seconds when you start the app up for the first time. And like there's a little bit of a tax for that in... I don't know, there's a little bit of tax for that with my game engine, but yeah. Oh yeah, the other advantage is that if you pre-compile all the Lua scripts, that also saves a shitload of time under DOS, which... So yeah, with the engine I do bundle like a little tool which will just, you can give it a list of files and it will spit out a zip file with no compression and pre-compile all the Lua for you. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know, I guess when I release it, there's probably going to be... There'll definitely be a DOS version. I guess I have a working Windows build now, so I can release a native Windows edition. And yeah, one that will just run natively in a web browser for each. I guess I could upload it to Newgrounds too. Is Newgrounds still a thing? Do people still upload games to Newgrounds? Anyway, that's an option. It always says Albino Black Sheep exclusively. Was Albino... Yeah. I'm trying to remember like what kind of content was on Albino Black Sheep. Was it just kind of... Were they the... Was that the site which had like all of like the like all the Screamer type prank Flash animations? I can't remember what... Yeah, I remember Albino Black Sheep, I just don't remember... I know that they specialized in Flash of some description, I just can't remember what kind of Flash. Yeah, the more memey stuff. Oh, Game Dev just says, if you upload to Newgrounds, you might be lucky enough to get it automatically scraped and pirated onto a Russian games website. Oh, yeah, that's true. Who wouldn't want that privilege? Though to be fair, I imagine similar thing would happen to Itch. And Furi says clown music, aka Dragon Quest, which is where it's from. And Furi said my most recent ex liked Dragon Quest. Can confirm clown music. Well, I mean, with your recent as of today, clown music stream ringing fresh in my ears, I cannot disagree. It does sound pretty clowny. Crap. Like here. Oh, it's like all the way up here. Ooh, we're at the 3 hour mark. That means I get to take a quick break, and I advise you do the same, because we all need a quick break every now and then. And sometimes more frequently than that. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Yeah, 5 to 10. Break. We're back. We're back. Well, the music's not back now. There we go. Alright. I'm just testing this out without the reference footage. It's pretty good. Okay, no. Alright, that frame's done. I'll grab these. Okay, and this one I'm actually leaning back a little bit, which explains why. Okay, so if I'm leaning back a bit, then... really, like, everything from, like, here down should be in shadow. A little bit of curvature so that it ties into the next frame. Yeah, okay, that works. That works at conveying the illusion of a light source directly overhead. I think. Influencer says, I don't understand any technical aspects of art. Lighting source, get out of here. I'm eating crayons and throwing them up on the pavement. I mean, worked for Pollock. I don't know, I don't... I would say that, like, yeah, I don't know too many things about art. I do know kind of, like, vague things that I picked up mostly by watching a Maple Mysteries stream when she was doing pixel art for the Crimson Diamond. That was surprisingly helpful, especially for kind of figuring out how to kind of do everything in kind of like progressive passes of like less detailed to more detailed. Also just basic things like perspective. Because like, yeah, if I open up like this room here, like, the only kind of mathsy thing that I did before building it was pick a vanishing point and then just made sure that every part of the room had a line which went through that. Which, I don't know, I've read to, I don't know, from what I've read, it just makes it not look kind of weird and compressed, or weird and odd to the eye. Like, you know, this isn't the only way you can do it. Like, apparently there's like multiple point perspective and stuff like that, but I think it does a good job at avoiding the common, I don't know, the common My First Adventure Game room issue of I've drawn a big box and the corners look like they're, you know, at odd points in 3D. But yeah, there's nothing more technical than that. It's literally just picking one point up here and then, I don't know. Oh, that's right. I picked one point out there and I picked the back wall, and then that kind of defined the corners of the room. So there you go. That's the one piece of like drawing advice which I know. Oh, the other advice is use rotoscoping because it's much easier than learning how to draw. Actually, yeah, hang on. Can I shout out? Still doing incredible work. Even also play the Crimson Diamond if you haven't already. It's very good. Like everything about it is great. But yeah, also fun art streams. Oh yeah, also responsible for the Pantsmo mod, which I believe was also an Embroidery project. How is Pantsmo going? Is Pantsmo done? Oh, Embroidery says the worst thing about Crimson Diamond is the price of the game is too cheap. I would agree with that. Like for the amount of, I guess, replayability and just sheer grit that went into it, like, it should, yeah, I would... I need to find an opportunity to, like, buy it again so that I, you know, buy it again at retail price so I feel like I've paid what it's worth. Because easily worth twice as much as what it's going on sale for. Oh, Pantsmo is very done now, at least the first episode. Fantastic. Yeah, it was, yeah, Purple Tentacle was the other person who was working on it. And, yeah, that is some very primo pixel art went into that. gonna do the lighting for the rotate though? Oh, okay, because there's... I was like... Oh, right, because in this particular... Because you can see, like, I lit the shot from both from overhead and with light coming in from the window, which is why there's kind of that highlight over there, except I haven't really used the highlight anywhere else in the animation, so I think I'll just pretend that it's not there. Ah, why so big? Why brush so big? Ooh. And that means that would be slightly in shadow now, wouldn't it? Okay, sorry. Crap, no, not that. Getting there. How many frames we got? 1, 2... Okay, we've got 3 left. Then we've got to figure out how to do... how to incorporate this sequence here. I think I might have to... I don't know, because in this particular tool makes it very difficult to insert new frames. I might have to like copy this to the end and then animate the other stuff in reverse. Actually, no, I can just animate it in the other thing. That's fine. I don't have to copy it into this animation. Alright, let's get the final the final shirt frames done. Then we'll get on to like head stitching, I guess. Actually, head stitching shouldn't be too bad. I've already got frames of the heads in various degrees of tilting because of the torque animation. Maybe that'll be enough actually. Alright, this is a little bit of a struggle, given how we only have 4 colours. What? Oh. Oh, I see, right, because I nicked this frame from the other animation. So it is a different size. Different size and also different arm placement. We did that so that we'd be able to like join up this sequence, which I filmed on the floor, with this sequence which I filmed on this tiny bench so I could sit up. Okay. Did I need to resize this? No, I didn't. It's correct enough. Nice. Now I want to know what System Saycom game had this very somber version of Hail to the Bus Driver on it.
Oh, hail Emperor Clovis Doris!
I think it might actually be in there. Oh, really? Hey.
Yes, hail to the bus driver. Bus driver man.
Oh my god, that is a good Harry Shearer line right there. Ah, that's it. So yeah, leg's not colored in yet, but I'm just kind of like looking now like what looks weird when you go between frames. And like there's too much of a jump between here and here, so I'm gonna shave a wee bit off. Maybe if we make this kind of like a little deeper. houses need a little bit more shadow. Technically they're in... Good. Good. So the remaining frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Time that we've got left. Okay, let's get the heads on. Let's jam ahead onto this. Have shots of like the head tilted up and down at various angles, well, 90 degree angles. We have to do in between ones, but I think this should be pretty sufficient for most things. Crap, sorry. Here is kind of where I wish that I pointed the camera up a little higher, because to know exactly what angle this is going at. was hoping that we could kind of mix some ideas from this, except Mars hair is in the way, which meant I could cheat. I gotta go to bed? No worries, M. Flory. Yeah. Have a restful rest of your evening. Thanks for sticking around. I know it's like crazy late over East. Oh, okay. This is very copyrighted, this particular piece of music. Crap, okay. Oh yeah, that's not correct. Before he says, what are you talking about? This is the original, highly original, A Soft Night's Day. I think you mean Office Room. Copyright, copyright Konami 1984. A game called Toro You New Employee, which, I don't know, maybe... Who can say? Who can say what that game is about? Oops. Oh, crap. Okay. Ignore how it kind of just looks like the head is melting over time. We're going to clean it up later. For now, I'm just trying to draw all the interstitial frames. Then we'll go back and like sculpt the chin to look normal. At least is my thinking. Okay, well we have our end frame here. It's clear there's meant to be an ear here. Okay, well. Okay, so this is tilting slightly to the right. This is probably going to be the jankiest looking bit of the animation because it is the bit that I can't rotoscope, or at least not anymore. What's a good way of doing this? Maybe... Firstly, let's put in a big box on all of the frames, so we can see the contrast properly with the animation. Then we're out. Oh, also good for noticing holes that I missed. this is more tilted to the right. How do we do? Good enough. looks crap. How's that look? Not too bad. It seems to jostle about fairly expectedly. Okay, I think we need a slightly more forward-facing shot. Bollocks. Okay, this is bad. No matter which way I kind of slice this. am I doing wrong? Okay. I keep switching layers. That's my problem. Ah, son of a... Okay, no. Don't copy that layer. Copy to this layer.
Doctors, I think we got our hopes up. Better leave this one alone.
Can't we?
This is looking a lot better than I was expecting. I was expecting this to be a train wreck, to be honest. But if you ignore kind of like the no-face frames in here, it's alright. It scans visually. Yeah, you can hardly tell, but I just didn't have a head reference to work on here. that. Only a few frames left. So we just need 2 in between frames. Is that it? Did that work? I might actually replace this frame with one that isn't tilted. here. Backwards. What's going with the arms? Pretty good. Cool. I'm gonna do a stretch. So like for the remaining hour, I don't know. I think 5 hours of drawing is pretty good for a stream. Maybe for the remaining hour, might look into MIDI, getting to see if we can get a MIDI engine attached to Parenti. I think we've earned it. I think we've earned a little break. Okay, now how far along did I get? I got somewhere in the path. Oh, okay. Must be on my other computer. Which is turned off. Back in a sec. Yep. There we go. Alright. Now, did I, like... I'm pretty sure that I cut out the MIDI engine from... Okay, I did, yeah. So, alright, so this is the MIDI sequencer that comes bundled with Allegro, which is kind of like a popular framework for making DOS games with. I like it because it's fairly easy to read and it's written in C. Both are positives. They do include an ad-lib driver for the MIDI playback. I'm not entirely sure how they do, like where the patches come from though. I think you can load the patches in. Oh, here we go. Load IVK. Read in an IVK patch set file for use by the AdLib driver. But now compare this to, say, ADL MIDI. What was the deal? I tried to build it before and it didn't let me. Field back as complete info. Okay, let's try and figure out what's going on here first. Forward declaration of struct term IO. Okay, so we just need to find out what header this struct is defined in. Yeah, it should be defined in termios.page. Would be importing. Field back as incomplete. Still glitching. Deprecated struct term IO. This struct will be removed from glibc 2.42 and has been deprecated for a very long time. Great. Okay. Well, let's just see if we can hack it MIDI play so it doesn't need term IO. I'm pretty sure it's only used if... For some reason, ADL MIDI, the old one, comes with like a Tetris game built into it, but we don't want to build with a Tetris game, so why is it... So we shouldn't even need it. Okay. Okay, well let's see if we can see how far we can get without building this. So it's like so part of the code base in here takes in, I want to say like ad-lib instrument libraries. So like you can see here, they've got like the Fat Man's 2-operator and 4-operator OPL3 patch set, which it then converts into like a C structure, which it then builds into the library, and that's how you get like built-in instruments and such. Actually, what am I doing? There's an easier way. Do I have lib ADL MIDI? Yes, I do. I think they should build a test program as well. Okay, there's utils. Unknown CMake command lib ADL MIDI find SDL2. Okay. That's odd. I just refreshed chiptune.app because it crashed, and now there's no files at all. That's really weird. Oh well, I guess that's it for the background music. We just gotta figure out. We just gotta get good at doing this. ADL MIDI pre-install, install. Okay. I just want to build the damn test app. Doesn't contain platform-specific code. Yeah. CMake install prefix with unit tests, with MIDI sequencer, with embedded banks, with gen ADL data. Oh, with MIDI play. Okay. That's what I want. So build CMake D with MIDI play. Okay. Configure. Wait, what? No. Why are you trying to build a libspng? Don't do that. Here we go. With MIDI play, yes. With Gen ADL data, yes. With ADL MIDI 2, yes. All of those things are good. Your C++ compiler supports C++ 14. YMFM be enabled. Compatible with CMake. Okay, it's just whinging that. It's whinging that its CMake's quite old. There we go. Okay, so what's the difference between ADL MIDI play and ADL MIDI 2? Oh, okay. I think ADL MIDI 2 must be the one with the weird Tetris game built into it. We just want ADL MIDI play. Okay, so you can see that you can kind of specify the MIDI file name along with which built-in set of instruments to use, followed by like what chips to have. So if we were gonna go ADL MIDI play, what MIDI files have I got? ADL MIDI play this. And then if we were to go... So if we use like the crappy Windows Adlib ones, and then we say one chip, so I think that like the various patch sets have like different strengths. Like if we were to pick, say, like the Duke Nukem 3D patch set. I go 62, 1. Definitely like a more distorted guitar sound, but for some reason the bass is much louder. What else have we got? We've got... I think these must have been ones that I picked up from when Albert was streaming the Oregon Trail Time Machine, and he just kind of downloaded like a multi-gigabyte archive of just random MIDIs from the internet and was playing them through a karaoke machine. So if I pick like a 4-operator set, like we pick Fat Man's 4-operator set, 59. Yeah, guitar's less good in this one. Despite being 4-operator, it does sound very ad-lib. Okay, how about what was DMX OPL 3? That's actually that's a more recent one. That actually sounds pretty good. I wonder if this is like suffering from the lack of like there being more instruments than there are channels on the sound card, because it sounds like there are instruments that are being kind of knocked out. Like if I were to go back and get rid of the limit on the number of chips. For some reason it's like a lot more crunchy when you do that. And yeah, it's a lot richer because you've got four chips with 16 4-up channels. I guess there must also be some gain issues too from having that many chips running at once. But I mean, the thing is though, in this engine we only have 1 chip. We do not have 4, so you gotta. I mean, like the advantage of 2 operators, despite the fact that they sound very kind of like, you know, traditionally ad-libby and glassy, and you know, it's either very glassy or very kind of farty, and that's just because in ad-lib mode, well, traditionally like ad-lib only gives you 2 operators, and it's very difficult to do complex sounds with 2 operators. OPL3 you can do 2 operators and you can change the waveform, which does help a lot, but it's a weird one. Okay, now where are the Doom patches? Would it be Bobby Prince? Dang, why is it peaking like that? Hang on. Also, well, let me... Oh yeah, this one starts with like a long drum solo. speaking here? Maybe it must be... Oh wait, it's probably because it's playing back via SDL, and SDL by default tries to use freaking pipe wire. God damn it. That's probably what it is. Yes, that track is very cool. My friend Kyle did it for a D&D campaign. Me and my friends are playing. What are we doing? Do I have any other, like, karaoke midis? What's posture.mid? Save that. Okay, what was the library number for Nuked? Nuked was, sorry, not Nuked. WOPL 72. Tricky, because like the 4-op sounds do sound better, but you have a budget. Because with 2 ops you can have so you can have 9 channels of 2-op sound, or you can have 6 channels of 4-op sound. So it might be the case that setting DMX OPL3 as the default might make it sound bad. Okay, this is a Gen MIDI patch for DMX for OPL3. Yeah, DMX is the Doom sound engine, I think. Patch aims to remedy the weak default instruments to better match the Roland sound canvas. I mean, technically, like, this isn't all... Oh, okay, will any instruments use 4-op? Okay, so apparently none of these instruments use 4-op. Means I guess you get like maximum channels. What's the difference between the WOPL version and the DMX version? So like, I don't know, maybe... Maybe the go will be just to like, I guess you can embed, like, yeah, embed DMX OPL, which seems to be pretty freaking good. And perhaps like, I guess like 77, which is the crappy Windows OPL patches that people mostly remember. Actually, hang on. So, games with 16 Windows. Okay, so we've got Canyon.mid. That's always a good... Okay, so this is with DMX OPL 3. And you compare that to the default Windows patches. Actually, no, this is different than I remember the Windows patches sounding. Is it like Bank 0? Yeah. This is definitely close to what I remember. Cause like, yeah, if we open up like Win 16. And I guess we go to Windows Setup. Control panel? MIDI mapper. Patch maps, setups. Okay, so creative music synthesizer. That's the name of the patch. And if we go into Windows and listen to Canyon.mid. Sounds similar to the Fat Man set of patches, but not quite the same. Yeah, because we've got like AIL, what's Biscuit? I don't think I've heard Biscuit. struggling when you don't have multiple chips. Okay. But I guess, yeah, like the main thing would be that you don't need, you know, obviously like for this ad-lib player out of the box, it will include 78 banks of sound. Most of which aren't gonna necessarily be what you want because they're like these one here that are marked non-GM. That's not really gonna help you that much for MIDI playback. Like if I were to pick like say the Inherit the Earth one, how does that sound? Yeah, it's missing instruments. Or like, what's the Signa Studios one? I guess this must have been one from Raptor called The Shadows. Okay. Descent 2. See that like they've clearly tuned certain instruments for certain, I guess, certain parts of the music in the game, which sounds great if you've tailored it for that, but mapped as a general MIDI instrument sounds kind of bad. Oh god. All right. Maybe that's enough kind of fooling around with that. So I just want to check creative music synthesizer default patch set. Like did creative pay the fat man to use their patches? Because it seems ah, crap. I can't spell synthesizer.
No one cares, no one sympathizes. You just stay home and play synthesizers.
Yes. Creative music synthesizer. Was that what it was called? Did I just no, it was, so we've got MIDI sequencer. Ah, control panel, that's right. MIDI mapper is creative, yeah, creative music synthesizer. Depending on the drivers. Yeah, okay, so we've got creative stereo music synthesizer. Okay, and all the stuff's in here. Readme... Come on, readme.txt. Contains additional information to support the manual. Samples? Question mark? Oh, okay, this is just literal samples. Common questions and answers. Whatever. Alright. I guess that... Alright. Neither here nor there. We'll assume that we're going to pick... For now, I assume we're going to have, like, WOPL... Probably the Doom MIDI patch set, seeing as they sound pretty good. And I guess the Fat Man's 2-op set, given how ubiquitous it is and how close it sounds to the stock Windows ad-lib sounds. There is also this one here, like that's marked MS ad-lib Windows 3.x, but I have no idea where they got that. Oh yeah, and there's also there's also Wallace 2 operation. Sorry, this is the last one. I want to see, because yeah, Wallace. Not good. I was gonna say Wallace Music and Sound did bundle their drive with a lot of DOS games. Okay, well, now we've done that. So the trouble is that libadl MIDI. In a perfect world, I would just use libadl MIDI. However, I'm stubborn. I do not like the fact that this is all C++. It is, I don't know, needlessly complicated. I mean, also it is kind of very over the top in terms of the hardware platforms that it supports, which normally is good. Like, I'm glad that they went to a lot of effort to support every combination of DJ GPP and simulated OPL3 chips with multiple emulator types, and then like actual hardware which you can, actual OPL3 chips you can connect via serial or whatever. It makes the job of integration with my engine kind of difficult though. So it's not, even if I were to just kind of bite the bullet and say, hey, C++ is fine, it would not be super easy. The other, and yeah, this code, what do you call it? libadl MIDI like departs quite a bit from the original ADL MIDI by using this other MIDI sequencer, which is, I guess, extremely C++. Like single header C++, which is many, many lines of code. To be fair though, like quite a lot of those lines are just passing various MIDI-like formats, like Muse and IMF, etc. Like most of the time, I mean, for our intents and purposes, we just want this. We just want load MIDI. And then, but other than that, like most of what we have here I think would just be covered by using the Allegro driver for MIDI. So yeah, if we were to go through the Allegro driver, the piece that I would want to, the bits that I would want to nick from ADL MIDI would be the instrument library, obviously. The instrument library is kind of like a big draw. The instrument library is also generated programmatically to be just a single file that you can load in, which, that's right, I built Gen ADL data. Okay, so we have banks.ini. Okay, this INI file is used for Gen ADL MIDI utility to use to generate ADL data CPP. This is not used by ADL MIDI itself. If you want to change the list of banks in ADL MIDI, just run bin gen ADL data source ADL data.cpp and wait until it will generate an updated bank store, and then run make to rebuild libADL MIDI library with a new set of banks. Okay, so we would probably want to, I guess, make a new banks.ini file with most of the chaff. Oh, okay. This one is bank. This one is imported from the MS AdLib driver, which was a MIDI driver for AdLib and Sound Blaster. So like the generic one. I guess it's not the same as the official Creative Labs. I'm surprised I don't have the Creative Labs one here as an actual set of patches. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should like dig into the driver and see if I can extract them so I can submit them upstream. Either that or, you know, it'll turn out they'll just be the Fat Man set, which, to be fair, they sound very similar to. Okay, so that's like a rock. Yeah, so we want this one. Might as well just make a new one. Banks. Cut.ini. So we'll have the Fat Man set. I guess we'll have Bobby Prince V2. Because I imagine, yeah, most Doom mods are against Doom 2, let's be honest. Ooh. Jamie O'Connell's bank used in his FM driver for Win3x9x was pre-included with this SM Sound Blaster Tombra editor. Interesting. Oh, I see. Okay, so there's like WOPL, which is the 4-up bank, and DMX-OPL is pseudo 4-up. Oh, I see, because DMX doesn't support 4-up. Because if I were to, like, if we were to try 68 with... with one chip. Yeah, it's kind of struggling because there's only... Yeah, that one's better. WIPL... I think that's all we want. Was 77 wasn't even any good, was it? Oof, yeah. Like yeah. Alright, so if we wanted to just create those three... Failed to load... Okay. That's weird. Okay, so you take an INI file, then an output file, then a cache file. Why is it... Okay. Failed to load bank 0... How's it generating the stupid file path? Okay, so bank's root. No. Oh yeah, okay, and we'd probably have to mod this to... We would probably have to mod this to output useful, like C. I guess. Because, I mean, technically this isn't... This looks pretty C compatible. The downside is that you know, it links to ADL MIDI DB, which is... Oh no, it's all C. Okay, this is C. So really, if we could just generate this with the smaller number of banks, and then hook that up to the older version of ADL MIDI, which can be downgraded to C. And then like set up the playback controls. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's a pipe dream, but or more importantly, maybe I should release the game, get that done, release the game, then then focus on adding in a stupid MIDI player. Given that it's not, you know, we don't need a MIDI player to release the game. Yeah, I guess that would be the sensible thing to do anyway. Anyway, we're coming up to the end of the stream. It's been 6 hours, so I'm probably gonna wrap it up there. Who's on Twitch? Who's doing stuff? Thanks once again for sitting in on some more keeping me accountable style co-working. I will definitely spend time off stream trying to get the stupid animation done. Yeah, okay. Mac is playing something called Disciples 2: Rise of the Elves. Why not? Let's go rise some elves. I'll be back on Thursday doing more director stuff. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your evening. Goodbye.